Well, that's an intimidating sight on the horizon, isn't it? Hundreds and hundreds of dragons flying around in the skies. Here's hoping I don't have to fight any of them. Welcome to the stream if you just got here. Good morning, everybody. It's about 5:30 in the morning Toronto time. Still having some trouble sleeping. It's going to be that way forever, but that's okay. We're here in Crumbling Farum Azula. An interesting location, which I don't recall much of, despite playing just the update. And apparently, for some reason, we're chunky roller. Let's fix that. I wonder what it could be. I think the last time we were here, everything was fine. Oh well. We used scaled gauntlets, that should help deal with the lightning or of that last enemy. As you can see, we're at the right kind of damage dealing for this area now. Got to assume that there's maximum range for that move. Ooh, but perhaps not. The camouflage in these areas is quite clever. The effects of the light on the further definitely beautiful, what a lovely start. Okay, well, we managed to get to this side of Grace by jumping down from the roof earlier, so let's go. Let's just swing back a little and have a look at... see if there's any items in here, potentially. They appear to be buffed in somewhere. Right now, I'm not sure. Usually the red one around you signifies an attack bonus. Ah, there we go. So it'd be from the talisman that we're using regarding our chain, either our chain attacks or... But it does give us a niche little damage boost there. Let's have a look and see. Yes, the Rotten Wing Sword insignia. Got that from saving Millicent. So we're at the end of that quest line. So what we're going to do here today is we're going to try and make a run for the end of the game. We've already finished off Liurnia in the last fight, so most of the rest of these boss battles should be easy. Should be being the operative word here. So there's that dragon from earlier. I'm assuming that if we fly down there, the dragon will spawn and we can come back up here and jump on top of him. But we'll see. We'll see. So we're not super worried. These leonine creatures here, or werewolves, whatever they so happen to be, aren't particularly worrying to us at this point. The enemies in Liurnia's area were a little more terrifying. So for now, yeah, I think we'll just we'll move on. We do have a couple of things to do before we finish this. We want to find Alexander, finish off his quest line. There's another way up here. Yeah, we want to finish off Alexander's quest line, and I'm also a sucker for collectibles. So what we're also going to try and do is figure out where to get all the paintings. That over there was the dragon that we fought last time. We didn't fight last time, we ran past. And there's another one down there. And one on the roof. This area... We reached this from reaching the mountaintop of the giant, so we have to assume that it's the last area of the game. Yeah. Got to assume that it's the last area of the game available to us here. I think Liurnia and the Haddock Tree were a hidden area. They felt sort of like the way a Dark Souls DLC is supposed to feel. So you got to assume that was one of the more hidden areas. Also, the boss was incredibly difficult, similar to the Demon of Hatred. And there's usually one boss that's significantly harder than the final boss of the game that's hidden in there for you to get. Bizarre. I guess we dropped our runes elsewhere. So yes, that's just a little bit of a layout for what we're gonna try and do today. Strange creatures. Okay. Well then. So to start with, and always a good idea. Apologies. When looking for something, we're going to start at the artist shack. To begin with here. This is where the supposed artist that created all the paintings that we find throughout the world, and are one of those incredibly well hidden features of this game. Even with looking for everything, I don't even think I found them all yet. I don't even think I found them all yet from this title, but apologies, yeah, I don't think I've even found them yet in this title, and they represent a really clever little riddle, almost. Oh, so many dogs. So if you stuck with me this far, you know that I just, no matter what FromSoft game it is, can't handle the just can't handle the dogs. Nightmare to me. Just can't get the timing right. The bleed dogs being the most high damage creatures in the game, that threw me for a loop as well. Strange. We've been to this area before, it seems, but I guess not. Or I thought we had. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything like that before. So, apologies for this. We're looking for a location right now that has something to do with both the artist and with a later questline involving Alexander. I've been looking for him all over the place since we saw him at Redon's Festival, and I'm not sure how much further we've gotten along in his questline. I'll have to go back and review all the old footage for that, but here we go. Let's just grab this little side of grace here. Trust your ears. That's one thing. If you're playing these FromSoft titles and something sounds out of place, usually means that there's something for you to go and find. In this title, there's everything from hidden strange location. You assume they'd have a side of grace. This late in the game and we're still finding new things. Wonderful. Wonderful. Maybe from here we'll be able to see what we're looking for at least. Oh, there's a bear there. Wow, this is the location I think I've seen the most variety in enemies at least. Cuckoos. Stormveil soldiers. Apparently. Yeah, golden runes for that. Just one moment. Apologies there, just turning off the AC. It's nice to see that the boost from the talisman lasts for a long period of time as well. Still unsure as to where we're supposed to be going here. However, at least we found, well, hell, I don't know what it is, but we found something. Quick go. See what these creatures are up to. They usually denote something of... What do you know? We may not have found Alexander of... Iron Fist Alexander, but we did find... I'm not really worried about poison. We have one of these. So close and yet so far from our friends. Hilarious coming back to areas, you know, now that you're completely overleveled for. Definitely get that nice sense of revenge that you did earlier. Well, on the plus side as well, since we didn't really see Alexander here, that means we might be slightly further ahead in his quest line than we were expecting. Excellent. So, nothing to worry about here. Nice couple of pieces of armor there. Sage Rope most likely has some pretty good poison protection, which at this point in the game would have been incredibly useful, but of course we stormed past this area, completely missed out on Liurnia of the Lakes. I think it's nice that we're going back. Damn it. Nice that we're going back now, but was it not for Alexander's questline bringing us back into this area, I think we would have just continued on without it. Okay, so we're probably near the boss here. Here's hoping in future that the Mariah Executioner Sword gets a little bit more in the way of scaling. I mean, I know right now it has 3 kinds of scaling, that makes it rare, but when you look at the weight, not just the weight requirements for it, but the fact that it is the only strength great sword in the game, and the scaling for it goes, what, BD, I think. We've seen a lot of mentions about Black Knife Tish also being one of the greatest summons in the game. Yeah, well, I think we need the wolf. We have a plus 10 Night Maiden and Sword Stress. Fair enough, we've got a Mimic too. Hilarious. What do you know? Oh, that would be just the worst. Excellent. So we could have had this much earlier in the game on our Mariah Executioner Sword build, and that would have helped us out no end, but what are you gonna do? Oh, there you go. Speed run through Stillwater Cave. I did enjoy how the spirit jellyfish, whenever they came to play later on in the game to go to the location, was worth going to. So have a quick look around. I remember why we didn't explore Liurnia of the Lakes now. It's that wildly oppressive feeling that you get from being in the fog and not seeing where enemies can come from. Obviously now that we're a higher level it's not so much of a problem, but one would assume that there would be a Site of Grace around here somewhere. It's 2 ruins. Excuse me. Well, one thing that goes to show is just how huge this game is. You know, I know the general area to look for something. Again, I've done most, if not all, of this playthrough completely blind. Just to kind of show what a realistic run through this game is like. I've played a bunch of Souls titles before, but you can follow along with this walkthrough and you'll find it's not too difficult to follow. Okay, we're in the absolutely wrong location. Priceless. Okay, so let's continue on. We're just going to grab see if we can find Alexander here. If we do, that'll allow us to finish out his quest line. Okay. Well, we don't see Alexander here, but... well, we were so close to where we needed to be. Do feel free to let me know if you have any pointers here for the, how to get down there. There we go. Of course, just right beside all the messengers. What a mug. Oh, wow. No way. Look at him praising the sun. Oh, what good creatures. Oh, these creatures are cool. Alright. Well, plus these are all useful items as well for potentially harvesting later on. Wow. So this must be where the warrior gels come from. That's very cool. Very, very cool. This is my new favorite location in the game. For a minute it was the Windmill Village with all the dancing and singing people, but this right here. Yeah, this is the best place in Elden Ring.
Hello, Cos.
Hello, Cos.
What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us Jars. Ah! Are you going to be the new potentate? Gosh.
Oh yeah, I'll be a potentate.
Truly. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test, cuz. To see if you've got the right stuff.
Alright, cuz. Go on now. Go on, do it.
Your skin isn't so smooth, is it?
No,
you
I'm
need
beaten up by
slick,
everything.
slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, cuz. But I don't think you've got what it takes. It's a shame.
Damn it.
Don't look
I'm
so
sorry,
glum.
my
We can
friend.
still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. Don't look so glum. We can still chat. Come back and visit me.
I will, I will.
Don't look so glum, cuz. We can...
Oh, what a cool area. Wow, wow. This is the coolest. And when you look around, and this is a peaceful area full of jars that just want to be kind of left alone, it seems. Wow. Just tending to his garden. Oh. Wow. Alright, so the part I knew about was that supposedly Alexander is here looking out over his homeland. Class. Wow. Very cool.
Oh, I'm happy you came back. I have good tidings for you, cuz. Have you noticed the rare flowers growing in this
Yeah,
village?
I picked some.
I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome. Go on, cuz. Who knows?
Amazing. See, absolutely nothing wrong with these jars. Big fan. And these are rare flowers as well, Michaela's lily.
Go on, who knows?
So there we go. I guess that's well, that's an amazing job. I guess as a location in and of itself is fantastic. This is one of the spots that we'd missed, and I do regret missing. So let's go and see what's up with our friend here.
Ah, say, cuz, he used to live here with us, but then I asked to go with him, but he said, the path of champions must be trod alone. So heroic, right? I miss him, though. If you see him, you should ask him to teach you how to fight, cuz. He's big and tough and strong.
Miss
Uncle
my uncle
Alexander
too,
said he
kiddo.
won't be back again.
My home is of the past, and the past, as they say, is a different country.
I suppose that's part of being a warrior, isn't it?
Who else
So,
said that in Souls?
Please don't tell anyone, cuz. But I'm actually a warrior jar as well. One day, I'll be just like Uncle Alexander. Then I'll have to leave the village to become a champion. Uncle Alexander, my home is... I suppose that's...
Homes in the past a different country. Yeah, there's another character who's also a sort of comic relief character that says something along those lines. I can't see it. Wow. No, that was heartbreaking. I don't know, that brought a little tear to my eye there.
Ah, do you know why they hunt us? Smash. This village is kept secret, but you should be careful. I hope Uncle Alexander beats them all up first.
Me too.
Those awful poachers.
I hope your uncle gets some more too, mate. Well, I've had my heart summarily broken here. That's perfectly fine. It's kind of sad. It seems without your influence or without you coming here.
Those awful.
The poachers wouldn't have come. Just finish cleaning up shop here. And then we're heading on to Seethewater Terminus, just in the Mount Gelmir location. Okay, so what we're going to do here is finish off finding where Alexander is. What? I recall where we are now. Okay. This is the location where we got the Predator's Crozius earlier on. Even up the odds for our friends there and see what happens. creature turret safe. Now let's go back for the real reason that we're actually here. Oh. Apparently, after you use a certain amount of, or maybe if you kill a certain amount of dragons, you get a new...
Ah, good sir. What business might you have in such a place as this? I hardly think you're here to tempt yourself with flame, considering that fleshly form of yours. Your timing, though, is impeccable as ever. I've been making just the thing for you on my journey here. Take it. It's hardly more than lukewarm here.
Thank you.
I won't be able to temper my body such that it'll never crack again. Perhaps I'll head eastward. There's an old saying I've caught wind of. Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars. Perhaps I'll head as an old saying above the lofty...
Being that we know that everything comes to an end in Souls, and our objective is almost just to bring about that end as kindly as possible for all of the creatures that we come across. It does. Demi-humans. This far out? Little weird. Yeah. The more time you spend playing this game, the more time you understand that you're rushing someone towards their own either demise or glory. But if they get their glory and become obsessed with it, you're gonna have to fight them. You know. It's a thin line between obsession and necessity. I do what I can, you know. I do what I can because I must. Very quickly becomes because I must. Quickly becomes I do what I can because I have to. There we go. So let's see what that pot was that he gave to us. I'm assuming it was a helmet of some kind, but yep. In a uniquely jar-like gesture of friendship, it boosts the power of throwing items. Made with pride by Iron Fist Alexander. Incredible. Alright then, chunks, let's go this way. Come on. Cheers for that. Ton of good items here. I think we should go back and check the Dragon Communion Church. What with having that new power activated, it may be worth actually buying one of them now. Who knows? Oh. That's sad. That's very sad. He reaches out for you to hold it. Man, just ruining the emotions today in Elden Ring. You see these shack areas, and you have to assume that there's something that you can do with them, right? We find so many hermit shack, craftsman shacks. There must be something inside them. Oh. That's a very strange looking abductor. Team falling apart, perhaps because it's upkept by the demi-humans. Actually, we have it for This is where we fought the Queen, just up here. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that actually is the last of Alexander's questline. So let's go back and have a look. And there he is, Alexander in all his glory on the far side. Okay, so now that we've got Alexander's questline finished, we'll go back and we'll catch him on our way through that area, so we're not terribly worried about that now. What we will do, we're just going to sort of drift through here. And we're going to make a concerted effort. We spent hours in another stream trying to find the location of this painting. But anything to quiet these screams down below. This is terrible. Alright, so we're looking for the paintings, I think. Ooh. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that we've found them all yet. So yeah, apologies. It's probably about 6:16 in the morning here, Toronto time. Good morning if you're just getting up, or if you're just joining me. Say hello. Feel free to make yourself known. Love having a chat with people. Yeah, we're just running through our last collectibles before we take a shot at the end game here. Crumbling Farum Azula is where we were. Right back at the beginning. Let's have a look at the one that we're actually trying to find here first. Maybe we have found a couple of these by accident. Didn't realize I'd been muted for so long. Apparently I muted myself there. Apologies, guys. So it looks like we found at least the first painting. We're gonna head out for the second one now. I'm just gonna pause this for 2 seconds. I will be right back. Hello friends, apologies for that slight delay there. We're back now, and going to continue on with our little chase down of the paintings. We'll speed through the rest of this, and then we'll have a go at the final boss. See if we can't just finish this. See if we can't just finish this title today. So let's have a gander at what other paintings that we have or still have to complete. What? Red lightning? Haha. And we definitely need these. Okay. Well. Very bizarre. Okay, well, now that we know where that is, I think we do know where that is, actually. Well, we did just kill the Magma Wyrm, and that unlocked a new Church of Dragon Communion item, so let's go over here and see if it's worth us actually picking up. I've been at this point so far with the high faith requirements. I guess nothing else there. With the high faith requirements for some of the items in this game. Apologies. Just looking for the church, a church right now, the church pilgrimage. And it appears to be the location of our next painting. Wow, sorry. Searching one of these locations, searching for this location and trying to talk at the same time is a nightmare. Church of Ours. Let's go see our friend the church and give them the prayer book anyway. That means we might be able to we'll be able to see at least what the Dragon Prayer book gives us, or whether or not we'll be able to use the lightning.
Greetings. Oh, what very well. Heresy is not nature. All things. You know,
and he's definitely the voice from one of those Warhammer 40k
famed
games.
sculptor of the Erd Tree. When he glimpsed the and as such, it's
a great statue. Have we beaten Radagon yet? I don't. Let's check. Yeah, I'm not sure we've beaten Radagon. We've got 5 of the runes though, so. Okay. There we go. Church pilgrimage. Wild. Truly incredible. I mean, I'm not sure I need the warp, but it does prevent them from getting targeted by a lot of the ground-based enemies in this game, so I do wish I'd found this one way earlier. So when we went searching for this this painting before originally, it looks like we were looking at it from the wrong side of... We were looking for this this location from the other side. Looks like we were looking at this from the other side of Radicaria prior. So let's see if we can't find where this location is. Wherever this crossing went, had a bunch of painting from graveyards, it seems. Okay, perhaps we can now do this in peace. Hey, if you're just joining me, we're just hunting down the last items from the paintings in this title, and then we're going to have a shot at the end of the game here in Crumbling Farum Azula. We've already finished off Millennia, wasn't too tough. Similar to a couple of the other fights we've seen in Soulspawn series before, so when you know not to summon multiple enemies that can't guard, or multiple summons that can't guard, generally you're a little better off. So, let's have one last look at this. Check we haven't already got it. Let's see, oh, it looks like we do. So let's move on to the next one. Apparently you can actually kill this dragon here, and it will kill all of the other dragons in the area. Excellent. So what we were looking for is the location for this painting here. We tried to get it from below, and it turns out that there's no way you can actually find that angle. There's no way you can find the angle of the painting from below. So what we're going to do is look for it from just up on high here. I don't know if we've been able to defeat that tree guardian yet, so we'll have another look at that. Amazing. I wouldn't have thought of this. So we got to get on slightly higher up there. Well, at least we know the way not to do it now. Okay, so let's go down into that area. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Well. The only unfortunate downside is that all the rooms are on top of my head. Also, I'm not sure who this artist is, but wow. Incredible. He is a nimble sword. Ah. And there goes all our runes. Ah, well. Could always be worse. Could always be worse. Does make me wonder if there isn't a way that we can get down there. I don't need full fare out there, but. I think it's hilarious, that sense of relief you get once you lose all of your runes, because there's nothing for you to really worry about going back to grab. Complete freedom. Hands down, just the worst location. So I'm actually not sure. I'm looking forward to the fight at the end of Crumbling Farum Azula right now. I think it should be a good one. Hey, if you're just joining us, hey, how you doing? Just trying to finish off grabbing all the paintings left in the game, all our remaining collectibles, shall we say. This horrible little platform here has been the bane of my existence up until this moment. Soulsborne games are not strong platforming games to begin with, and this is pushing and testing the patience. Ooh. don't know if any of you guys are with me here. My heart's probably beating about 300 beats a minute right now. This is a... Alright. Well, that took quite a few attempts. I can safely say I've never made it down here before. This is the little ridge I was looking at from down below where I thought the Altus might be before. Here we go. Hopefully something worthwhile here. Oh, nice. Redan's Rain of Arrows attack. So the interesting part here is that the weakness on this golem is in his hands. Stressful. So we have to assume that killing this creature here is going to allow us to use the super powered move that everyone has been talking about, that little laser beam there. But again, that's going to require intelligence that I just don't have. So let's move on and do what we were planning on doing in the first place. Oh. Oh man, that was an accident. Not that it cost me any runes anyway, but what do you know? I love that the the emote that he's doing there is viewfinding what he wants to draw in the actual image. Wonderful. And this piece of glue is actually pretty useful. Definitely shouldn't have put the weapon away. They're making heavy use of the that Sekiro move in this. It's been enjoying it actually. A lot of the enemies the perfumers specifically have. Apologies. Oh, that was kind of horrible. Okay, now off to the rampart. I'm excited to see what the enchantment that we just got was, actually. So we're almost through collecting the last of our paintings. I think there's only 2 to go, and then we'll head off towards the end of the game. We're already at Farum Azula, we've beaten Liurnia. We really have nothing to worry about at this point, I don't think. Character is nicely leveled for what we're doing. What a pain. Oh well. This is why we should have explored Altus earlier, but I think when we got here we were already slightly too high a level anyway. I mean, we came through and made very short work of Godfrey and Morgott. Oh, what? Well, let's just get a little heal on. I see you too, my friend. Don't know what I was so worried about earlier on. Can't escape the feeling that this one's upset with me, to be honest. Was that good stuff, or was that actually Morgott? Or Margaret? Not much in the way of damage. Wonder what that does. Maximum stamina. Interesting. Well, that's good. Definitely didn't expect that. That's very strange. Although I guess it has something to do with the grafting nature of the omens. Another random encounter that will be useful though for individual players. If you fight him again, that medallion can be incredibly useful for people that have, or like me, are big into running your greatsword builds, but not necessarily leveling your stamina all the way up. I know a lot of people do the naked 2-sword run. Well, that's interesting. I wonder why that is over in the distance. Just the worst. Okay. Oh, whoa. I was perhaps not ready for this. Oh, there he is. Why not, eh? Oh wow. It is incredibly powerful. So is like this type of enemy. High damage, but not particularly strong. Little cheap that he can break off that that particular attack, but we'll deal with it. Oh, you're kidding. Right at the final hurdle. What do you know? We got the runes. We'll head back up there, grab our runes. What do you know? Useful, useful. It's the only time in this game that's gone my way. I died to both Morgott and Margit after killing them. It's from poison the first time and from him falling on me in the original one. Let's just memorize our spells here. Yeah, I know, you tune in at the absolute worst moment there, lad. Oh, these are all faith-based spells. Completely useless. Oh well. Good morning to you, my friend. How you doing? What can I say? I have a punch on for overcockiness at the absolute last second. Yeah, I've been able to, sleep's been eluding me as well recently. It's been kind of tough. I sleep for 2 hours at a time, wake up, 2 hours at a time, wake up. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. You okay? That's the drain on the old brain to going without rest for that long. So, you doing alright? Okay. Oh, how long you on for today? You beautiful. Sorry, just needed to focus for a second. Now, how long are you on for today? Are you working the full 8 or are you working at 12? I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. What's keeping you up? Your brain's still worried? Are you still worried about what we spoke about the other day? Oh. I'm sorry, my friend. Yeah, that's going to be a long shift. I'll send you a coffee. Oh, this was the exact opposite. Yeah, I do. Yeah, me too. It's tough, you know. You say it is hard to deal with insomnia because you know you sit here and you literally lay there tossing and turning, and all you really want is just to pass out. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I do get it. It's kind of tough. I do owe you some added games. So I'll give you a. We'll run some games once I'm done with this. I'm almost finished the entirety of Elden Ring. I'm just closing out a couple of things that I didn't get a chance to finish earlier before I finish this. But I have a little bit more time after that. Yeah, so we got a proper Sea of Thieves round going. Takes a long time, but it is fantastic. We'll get. You said you were working with somebody as well who plays Sea of Thieves. At least that way would be a interesting. That talisman boosts how much we get back. Right, so you guys are on conflicting shifts where he works. You're working daytime, he's working nighttime, or? Because I thought for a minute that you were also working night shifts, which... I mean, you know me, man. I love night shift. I think it was easier with all of my crap to to work night shifts. Well, you know. Oh, excellent. What'd you order? I'm kind of thinking about doing the same thing. I'm so hungry right now. So hungry. I've been cooking a lot recently, but oh. Yeah, to be honest, what with everything else that I know you're gonna get, you know, a sympathetic ear from me, my friend. I feel the same way, but given the move towards mental health recently, and you're at a tough spot right now. It's been a tough couple of weeks, couple of months for you, mate. If it's all on top, and you're not gonna be able to work your best or achieve the potential that they're looking for without, you know, without everything else. And it's also, it is good to get out of the house for sure. But just be, you know, just be aware that if you do need some time, you shouldn't feel crazily burdened by your job to go in, especially if, you know, it's not what you. Sorry, one second, I'm getting this. My brain can only let me focus on a handful of things at once. If you're gonna go, yeah. You're not feeling great mentally, and potentially it's going to hurt either your reputation or what you're going to be capable of doing that day, and it's impacting you that much. It's also fair for you to take some time off, not too long, but you took like 10. Take a 24-hour day the same way as if you had a stomach infection or something like that. Well, then you better come home and get some sleep first thing. Found an interesting posting for a job the other day as a 2D game artist. Pays really well, actually, considering the what's asked of you isn't terribly much. Why am I running around this dungeon? There's so many more interesting things. Okay. Well. Nothing terribly interesting about this, so. We'll head back out the way we came. Man, now that you mention the tiredness, all I can think about is grabbing a coffee. Alright, 2 seconds everybody, just gonna pause this. Excellent. Okay. Well. So, hope everyone's doing well. Just have to grab the last painting available in the game here. And then once we've done that puzzle, once we're done with that, we can head about the end of the game. Just drinking a quick coffee here. Took a quick second to pause there and just grab a coffee and some toast. Yeah, we sure as hell gonna do that. Millennia, that fight was ridiculous as far as Soulsborne fights go. That was one of the toughest fights I think I've done. Still, hands down, the toughest fight in any of these games was Demon of Hatred. But there we go. So if you're sticking with me here, we're just trying to pick up the last of the collectibles in the game in the form of paintings. I like these more than some of the others. I know that there are tons of achievements for picking up every item, every weapon, every piece of armor, but I'm more inclined just to find the more difficult ones to see whether or not the rewards for it are worth it. Wow. Ooh. Useless bit of information. Those are made for shooting arrows out of, which is why the V-shape is towards the hole, so that you have a larger range of motion through which to shoot the arrow. Ironically, that left you also open to attack if somebody was an excellent shot. Apologies, just enjoying last bit of the old peanut butter toast there, and quick sip of coffee. It is breakfast time for me after all. Got some exciting plans today. Going to go out to lunch with family. I want to say my in-laws. Yeah. Always good to see them. I think post-pandemic is, it's always good to see anybody. A little shocked that it took this long for me to figure out how to do this part of Castle of Sol, considering we usually manage to find our way through these locations without too much trouble. Although I have to imagine this is also where the later site of grace at the church would lead us to. So it's zigzag. Oh, I hate this. It's amazing to see how, historically accurate they try to keep that. I say historically, quote unquote. There's no history that involves Elden Ring, but historically accurate siege prevention and how you have to counterman that in order to take down the boss or the area that you're going through. Kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. I like the sort of medieval castle raiding sim that is Souls. Can't believe it took us this long to figure this out either. Mad. Alright, well, here we are. Dangerously close to the edge of the game, grabbing the last painting from this area. And then heading off to the end of Elden Ring. So meet our destiny and meet our destiny. Decide which of what I'm assuming is many endings we're going to go with. We'll see if any of our exploring throughout this world There we go. Last painting in the game. It's another one of those play on words. Don't know if the rest... Oh wow, only one? It is so much better. Amazing. Still costs us HP though, so won't be doing that. Okay, so off to Farum Azula it is. Hey, if you're tuning in now, finally getting towards the end point of the game. There's our friend Alexander over there. I wonder how he ended up here. He said he was chasing down. He said his objective was to chase down the flames of the giants in order that he could temper himself into being never broken again. Which is, I guess, an interesting way of looking at it. Interesting. All the things in the world are colliding at the end here. For instance, the beastmen are now combined with skeletons. This is almost where sanity is breaking. Oh. Really interesting. I love the when you get whisked off in Sekiro to the Dragon Spring Temple. It's a very similar kind of scene. When you're whisked off in Dark Souls 2 to the various different areas. Again, very similar. Yeah, I gotta start treating this like a Souls game. For so long by having enemies lower level than us. This mechanic, as far as mechanics go, I've always enjoyed. I thought, I brought the undead characters to life. They truly are undead, as you have to destroy the soul core or whatever that happens to be before you can actually beat them. So how do we get up there then? saw the message and still jumped clean out of my skin there. Very stressed. Jumped almost clean out my skin there when he making that jump. You know, as we get towards the end of this game, I spent 9 hours streaming this the other day and almost couldn't wait to get off at the end of it. I've been having a tough couple of weeks. So I think as everybody else is love it. Yeah, I think I'd been having a tough time over the past couple of weeks with, you know, not just myself, but it was just tough, shall we say. It was just tough for me, you know. I was dealing with my mental health some of my OCD symptoms playing up in a major way. I was tired. I hadn't been able to sleep for the past couple of days, and you know, towards the end of that last stream, I was just exhausted, I think. But I was spending some time afterwards thinking about it, about the game, about, you know, the journeys that it takes you on mentally. Sorry, one moment guys, just gonna sprint past these here. Frustrating for our runes, but not particularly worrying. What we are looking for is we want to find a way to get to where Alexander is. So let's try this again. Okay, so... nightmare. Well, at least we know the right way to go now. Okay, so this side here is actually what's going to take us to Iron Fist Alexander, I believe. But yeah, to finish what I was saying earlier, I think I play these titles because one, they have an excellent sense of how a story is supposed to be created. The gameplay is smoother than most any other title I've seen. It's fair, but also punishingly difficult. So all of the mistakes that you make, all of the moves that you make are on you. And there's kind of no getting around that. Okay, so the only way to get there would be to go out the front of this building, upstairs. But it doesn't look like there's an exit that way, so we may just push onwards after this, but, you know, it's always worth one last look. Yeah, I don't think we'll be getting out this way. Alright, well then. Okay. I don't know, it just don't seem to be missing something. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna pause and I'll be right back. Just gonna refill the old coffee and grab some water. hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, jolly good. Thanks, guys, for bearing with me there. Sorry for the delay. We're back now. We're in Crumbling Farum Azula. We're making a concerted effort at the end of the game. We've already beaten Liurnia, so we're not particularly worried about any of the rest of it. We've beaten all of these guys before, so we're not particularly worried about the skill required. Ooh. What I will say is that this game has done an excellent job of creating characters and situations and locations towards the end of the game that make you really uncomfortable with fighting them. You know, you feel very comfortable in where you are, confident. And then somehow, they're going to pull together either a group of enemies, or they'll mob you and they'll find a way just to throw off and mess up your timing. Basically, it's a masterclass of enemy creation and how it should work towards the end of the game. For instance, these larger creatures, again, you think you can go toe-to-toe. I thought I was going to be able to stagger him there. I guess not. My execution is what that L2 attack is really what you're gambling on in the late game here. I find that people that complain, there's a lot of people complaining about L2 spammers. I mean, I can understand for PvP stuff like Rivers of Blood, but even then, you have to build. If you've got points of vitality, you should be okay. You know, if you don't have a build, and I can't imagine, like me, I can't imagine why anyone do what I did. Throw 40 points into Arcane, especially considering the lack of weapons available for it right now. I mean, when it comes to DLC and you're looking at the future, you're probably looking at people have been screaming for a PvP DLC, kind of similar to Dark Souls 1. Oh my, what am I doing? The Colosseum idea. Well, you have a couple of Colosseums that appeared in Dark Souls 1, you know, where Hawkeye Goth in the DLC appeared. And then you can have PvP battles through there. I think there's quite a clear leaning towards that. The number of locations may kind of lean towards the fact that they're going to have different tiers of PvP. Maybe in the medal format, where you're going to have to win a handful of games in one before you can hit the next one. That seems like an interesting questline that would be good to follow. As for later DLCs, I'm severely hoping they do a Yokade DLC, because it would be not only interesting, although... Oh, there's Slayer Grace. What do you know? I think it would be incredibly interesting to see a Yokade DLC. You have the opportunity then to throw back and you know, pay some respect to some of the old Celtic references in this game, which would be fantastic. I'm a massive fan of that, you know, throwing me my roots in spades and bunches, and this being one of the rare titles that you know, does it, and I don't feel it's been shoehorned in or. I mean, ever since the first game, the trader, Oshimoi. Love that guy. You find him right near the Gaping Dragon, and then he heads back to, ooh, yeah, you know, get me with that, try this. Wonderful. Beautiful. Truly, truly incredible. But yeah, the DLCs, potential DLCs that could be explored. Yoke would be brilliant, especially for arcane users. DLC, I mean other DLCs that are available, Rani's questline. You could do Explorations of Memory, do a prequel DLC where you explore the night that it all went down. The night that Rani got stuck on a wall. My own fault. Panic roll. The night that Rani changed everything. When she assassinated one of the former members of the Ring. That would be an interesting DLC to explore in a memory-related style, similar to what happens in Sekiro when you use the Buddhist memory bell, or similar to Dark Souls 2, where you explored the memories of what had happened in the initial fight with the giants to cause the Dark Souls 2 world to become the way that it was. Ooh, that's new. That would be interesting to see if they use that move in the summon. That was strange. Just caught me on the rebound now. Yeah, we're looking for backstabs against those shielded enemies. It's taking you back to the beginning of the game. I don't know why I just couldn't pull it off there. The reaction time is far better than the original enemies, which one reason. But there you go. Yeah, half the health. Once that backstab's done, follow it up with the yoke. Again, that recovery time on them is just so good. But the halberd again, situational, very situational weapon. Horseback, I imagine it would be fantastic. We got lucky, but you know. Yeah, when it comes to, to go back to what I was saying earlier on, when it comes to people complaining about L2 spammers, Rivers of Blood is an example of one I can understand, but Yokade's Blade, any of these moves here that require either a hugely long power up like this, or a incredibly situational item. I admire people who fight with, say, a halberd or a spear in PvP because they drive in a straight line, whereas the slash attacks cover a great area. So even if you don't catch them forwards on the first point, you might catch them on the backswing. Which is why some of those upgraded ones allow you to spin in a circle with halberds and that are brilliant. What do you know? It's one of the old final bosses in the game there. Also, I figure at this point, if you're not using everything at your disposal, then you're not really playing a game. The flasks that... Oh, we may be fighting a dragon at the end of this. Yeah, no, I'm not going to try that. It's nice to know I'm not the only person that's been dying to falling damage. Just a terrifying little area. Who is this? And why is he here? It's Bernard. Bernard disappeared from the manor. So, you know what? Yeah, why not? Good to see you, Bernard. Good to see you. I half expected him to attack me, to be honest. Member of the manor that he is. Let's go and see what I was supposed to summon you for. Okay, so we can't get in there. There we go. Let's go for the old trio. We've actually made this immensely harder for ourselves by deciding to summon for this fight. I'm not particular. I get the huge one-student smile feeling from this fight. Not great. Not a great feeling. Got to remember to treat this like a swordsman fight. Obviously, we want to focus on this one first, because he actually does give me the most problems in the long run. We should have gone back to the side of raising this, to be honest. Before, right. You know what? Come on now. Let's have a go. Now it is just time for the almighty smackdown. Why is there still health on the health bar? There you go. Of course. Of course, right before it. I don't know what it is. My greed when it gets to that last moment always seems to be my downfall. On the plus side. I mean, that recusant banal actually made that fight significantly harder. I don't think we even had any runes to speak of anyway, so... Recusant Banal's sign that I was looking for wasn't there a moment ago. That's pain. No real worries there. I wonder what happens with Recusant Banal if there is actually if there is a questline for him. I mean, I know he appears at the manor. Yeah, I mean, I have a soft spot for anyone from the manor fighting side by side with them. Is something that was born in Dark Souls 1. If you wanted to continue the questlines, if I remember correctly. If you wanted to continue the questline, if I remember correctly, you had to have them aid you in some of the fights. So you get that feeling, especially when I see people like Nephililu before boss fights. Yeah, especially when I see people like Nephililu or, you know, any of the people that I would prefer to have on my team or helping me with their boss. It's more of a, in this one, it's more of a pleasantry, whereas in Dark Souls 1 it was more, but okay, we'll try that again. We'll try that again. Yeah, it's more of a mental thing, I think, because it does actually make the fight harder. But then you get to stand there and say, "Oh, well, I was fighting alongside my friend from the manor," or if you're role playing through, you know, it's just a nice feeling to have somebody from your particular group fighting with you, you know. another piece about these fighting the Godskin people that's tough is that they have the ability to just keep switching directions with their attacks. Particularly a large one, which is bizarre because usually when you have these larger enemies in Souls games, they actually do what they're supposed to, which is adhere to the my over move strategy. That is ridiculous. Yeah, a little ridiculous. Didn't have a problem with it before, and now. Okay, you know what? Let's run it back again. I like using Banal. Having both him and the Night Maiden and Sorceress puppets allows me to basically not have to worry about one side of the arena while I focus on the other one. So we'll continue again and again. He's a member of the manor, you know. We like that. The Volcano Manor is obviously if the Volcano Manor had an ending attached to it, I would probably do it. However, the unfortunate part is it doesn't. Alright, so friends, let's go to work. Apparently there's a posture breaker move that's trying to do this for someone's still alive. They do appear in the order that you killed them. Interesting. Done. And refusing Benar survived the fight. Even better. They can't touch us Volcano Manor fighters. Can't touch us Volcano Manor fighters. Alright, we can get one level out of this. What should we do? Black Knight Teach is a much higher level FP, so let's try that now and see if let's see what we need to summon Tish. 132. Okay, so we're gonna need to boost that in some way in order to continue from now. Surprised that Melina hasn't shown up. Unless, of course, that was her cutscene was. Why? I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're able to get down to a lower area and then come up through this way before the fight. That would have made sense. Perhaps a teleporter. Bizarre. I'm not sure what that transept. Who knows? Perhaps that'll be something important later. Oh well. Crack on here. Wow, couldn't absolute arse whooping there. Alright. So we do still need to find our way back to Alexander. That'll be the that'll be what we do next. Alright. Well. Sometimes you just have to play jump rope with that risk line. What we were actually looking for wasn't there, but we're going to keep going this way. We're at the end of the game here. You know, we've already taken care of business with Liurnia. Haha. My turn. Job done. Okay, so that's the final boss of the area just up here on the right. However, I think on top of the location where we are right now, we will find our friend Iron Fist Alexander. A knight and a hound. There we go, right on the end of the sword too. Extra damage. Okay. So, just nothing interesting around here then. Onwards, my friends. That jump was way too early. Super lucky there. Okay, so as we come out to the come on now. No way, it's not coming to the fight. Test you with the they really test you with the very little opening that they give for the very little opening they give for attacks here. This is the real test, I think, in the yeah, the test here is in yeah, the real test is in them not giving you an opening, so having to force your way into an opening of some variety. Yeah, we're not going to risk it. Just spend these stone soul keys, might as well use them. Wonderful. Well, I mean, this is brilliant. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna run in and grab that item. What, 3 of these at once, that's tough. And major, the most difficult part about this is, the hardest part of this obviously is that we have to attack them again after. In order to make sure they're down. And of course this one, again, just slightly larger than this rest, so it doesn't stagger in the same way. Get a little delay in the response time here. Luckily we were able to bait them into attacking at the same time now. Tough customers. And again, not really worth the runes they give you in return here, but those smash attacks I keep forgetting about them. That would have made everything significantly easier. It does knock them into pieces. Just too short. Okay, 36,000. Yeah, we went back and grabbed that. It's a short run anyway, right? This is very reminiscent of Dark Souls 1, taking the left path and running through the graveyard. Except in this one it goes upwards. The imagery and, you know, these creatures hanging from the trees isn't great. For me. You and what army, mate? You and what army? Crazy how much of a difference bottlenecking enemies like this makes in the grand scheme of things. You don't realize until you can hit a bunch of enemies with one attack just how much more useful it is. Sneaky little dodge that you get also for using a jump attack is an underrated part of this as well. A lot of times in this game I've actually managed to save myself by using that jump smash attack. drop from the trees there behind me. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Precious few of these running around at this point again. But he's got the stake here, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Okay. So, here it is. Our great friends. The tragic end to our great friend here.
Ah, I see you finally made it here yourself. The city hanging in the air is slowly crumbling. What an incredible place we find ourselves.
Oh, what has happened to you, my friend?
I can't believe you felled that giant. It was practically a god. I doubt there's another soul out there who could have done the same. Of course, I count myself, the great Alexander, among the many. Which means I've but one thing to ask of you. Would you kindly undertake my ordeal? Come and tell me when you're ready. I've been longing to fight a warrior. You are ready then? Then let us begin. I am the great Jar warrior, Iron Alexander.
Wow.
Let me strength, O warriors within. Let us become one champion together.
Come on, man, heal. Yield, Alexander. Let's go and see what our friends here have to say about that.
Those awful
Oh, yeah, we need a little bit of a nice recharge from these flowers and these wonderful creatures here before before we went back and finished that. Aside from the fact he knocked us off the side of a cliff and it was going to take us a minute to get back to him. I also wanted to see if talking to Jarburg would give me anything to calm him from his madness, but I guess not.
those awful
Well, let's go and finish off Alexander for his questline. Lost a portion of our health there. I'm not sure why.
I am the great Jar Warrior. I am Fist Alexander. Lend me strength, you warriors. Let us become one champion together. Azizus, my thanks. I knew you were the stuff of champions. It was a marvelous battle. I implore you, take what I bequeath from inside me. All vessels are destined to one day break. But the great Alexander lived as a warrior to his last.
All vessels are destined to one day break. What a tragic thought. Heartbreaking. And again, one of the only few bright spots in an otherwise very bleak game. To see him at least be able to return to, you know, the sense of pride, or to give him the closure that he required from his journey, is a positive. It is also incredibly sad. Yeah, no, that's one that's not going to be easy to take on the chin. I'm going to be thinking about that one for a while. But he's right. All things are destined to one day break, so why not go out in a glorious, most glorious manner you can think of. Yowza. Okay. That's stuck. Okay. Well, done all this. All finished. Let's go for the end of the level here. Okay, let's try and focus. Alright, so yeah, this is, now that we've finished off Alexander, we've finished off all the paintings, we're just heading for the last two bosses of the game, I think, which is the boss of this area. And then the final boss, and then we'll get to see the ending animation. The longest, It's been one of the longer undertakings that I've done in a FromSoft game. I mean, I think still far and away Source 1 blew this out of the water, but that was just because it was the first one that I'd played. I tried to do absolutely everything that I could in that title. What? Caught on a weird glitcher. Yeah, I think I spent the most time in that title. Sort of 300 hours plus. Don't understand why it took me so long. I was struggling with other issues at the same time. You know, that was the game that really helped me kick problem with drinking. Just a truly incredible experience. It fixed my brain, screwed my head back on straight. So that's one I probably spent the most time in, but close second, Sekiro. I don't know what it was about that game. I had real trouble with, I don't know if it was the mechanics of blocking or the fact that the whole thing pieces together like a rhythm action title rather than a Souls title. I mean, yes, you have the blinding, painful difficulty present in every Souls game, but it was different in a wonderful way. I thought Sekiro was possibly my favorite, right up there at least with Souls 1. But yeah, this one I haven't spent as much time in, despite the fact that there is significantly more to do. Mainly because I'm trying to do this first run just to show what a real blind playthrough run is like. And then of course I just at the end grabbed a couple of the quests and items that I really wanted to see from the game, and I think would be worth putting in for the sake of building a wiki, or building a playthrough that people can watch and then, you know, go and replicate and be like, well, I see how he did this, now I can go and do it. So, yeah, here we are, right at the end of the game, Crumbling Farum Azula. Okay, so just a little drop off the side here. Crucible Knight. Okay. Maybe stop charging this for so long. Whoa, it slept a little bit up here. Alright. One. It's got to be parrying. Okay, so kill this guy and then go. What is it? Sit down. It might be something interesting over there. Considering all the messages, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, it seems in front of it. It would appear there's at least something moderately useful in that location. Yeah, let's go back for our runes. Yeah. Well, this has been, again, an incredible experience. I think this is more of a... There are games that are games and the games that are experiences. You know, I'm experiencing the entire land here of this. I played Dark Souls 1. I experienced Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring. Dark Souls 2 is just that absolutely massive scale of the play area that's been brought back for this. You know, it gets a really bad rep among Souls fans, and for the life of me, I don't know why, I think. Wow. Amazing. So, Crucible Knight. Whoa. Just seems to know where I am already. Yeah, there's no way to get back up there. Once again, having problems with the beast type enemies in this game. Well, there's the dragon. That killed him. So stealing his ancient dragon's stone killed him. Very strange. Very strange. I love the animation of when you fall. It makes you look like a right fool. Should have figured prior to this. Oh well. Win some of these. I'm back in a second. Just gonna take a quick break, make another coffee. Well, hello again, all my favorite people. I'm back. Just refilled the coffee. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. I've had a really good run with this game. It's getting to the point now where I've played for a long time. played this title for a long time now, and what I find interesting about this creature here, his followers, or should I say not his followers, but his bird creatures. The nice part about the bottleneck here is that that was close. Yeah, the nice part about the bottleneck here is that it will take care of all those birds following me, is what I was going to say. But wow, just look at the scale of some of these enemies is immense. Oh, I thought we had runes on my dad last time, I guess not. Oh, he's weak. Another one of these archetypal, like I said earlier, like I mentioned earlier, another one of these archetypal, incredibly powerful but physically weak enemies. Another example, another great example actually included earlier in this game was the golems. The golems in Lendel, you know, should you deign to attack them, you'll find out that they are incredibly weak. Is this guy blind? Yeah, let's see where we've just attacked him from. Wow. Wow. That was brilliant. That was really brilliant. Actually, I enjoyed that. Yeah, what I found with these, to go back on what I was saying. Yeah, there are a lot of these physically weak. Physically weak, but very high damage enemies. Those golems are a great example in Lendel. There's one of them that spits out a stream of fire as you travel along a path. And it's an instant kill, usually, by the time you get there. I guess this guy saw me. Yeah, it's usually just good by the time you get there until you run up to him and realize that the enemy in and of itself is incredibly weak. Yeah, he's sitting there because his legs no longer work, which is sad. You know, you get the image of what they try to convey in these titles is, you know, an incredibly powerful creature that has fallen to ruin. You definitely get that feeling. Okay. Of course. Because why would they make it easy? What do you know? We almost didn't make that. Cleverly hidden path there. interesting. So if you were running a tank build, you could just run 2 of those and then the physical attack boosting talisman. I was curious. I wonder what the physical attack boosting talisman. We've got. I like our robustness, immunity, and focus boosting 1. But it is a wonder if we could find, say, a physical attack boosting talisman. Whether or not we might remove our robustness, immunity, and focus 1. Oh, we dropped all the way off the edge. Damn it. That wasn't what we were, I'm assuming that wasn't what we were supposed to do. And quite a lot of runes to leave there as well. Without a side of grace, at least. Hey, hey, hey. On the plus side, no lining to worry about. On the downside, that also leaves us very open to the birds. There's a lower level to this. Oh, it was a command that we missed. Excellent. Well, I guess we found the boss. Well, this is going to be a one hell of a fight. Try precious item. What precious item? Okay, well, I guess we're here. I guess we're here. Haven't failed me yet, so let's summon in some friends to help. It's like a giant octopus. If we get a chance to do some damage, I might change up how we're oh, this isn't a particularly tough fight. It's just a matter of avoiding his attacks, I guess. Just try and heal through them. Okay, so we can in fact heal through them. That's good to know. Wow, that's one hell of a one-hit KO move. I'm very curious as to what that arena ram is, actually. Okay, well, hey. Well, that wasn't what I was hoping for when I came into this fight, but, you know, I'll take it. I'm curious, if we jump off to the left there, that might be a shortcut to getting to the top up there, which would allow us to get back to the boss fight significantly more easily. Oh, man, this is a run. Gotta see if there's a side grace maybe closest to this that would allow us to... Oh no, there's hundreds of them. Sire Grace would be very much appreciated anytime now, but... Oh. Haha! Can't stand me now. Very beautiful, right on time. Right on time. I think it's absolutely one of the cleverest, one of the smartest things I've ever seen to set up your levels in this manner, so you can see where you were from where you are now. So you can also see where you're going to go as well. Just amazing. One of the things that made me really fall in love with these titles is, you know, I was just over there, and now I'm here, and I could have seen it from where I was. And I can see it from where I was, and now, you know, at the end of my long struggling mission, I've found my way here. We could just shoot him from up here. Yeah, this is where lock-on is your best friend, because there are a bunch of these laying on the ground in order to try and trick you or lull you into a false sense of security, so the next time you see them lying down, you're not going to try and attack them like that. Oh, banal, man. Banal. I thought we were friends. Oh, good lord. How did that song there go? Good old-fashioned passionate ass whooping. That's what we just witnessed. Wow. Well, okay. Well, if you have any pointers, feel free to poke them out in the chat. But wow, okay. So we're gonna head back across there and grab whatever's in that item box anyway. If it's worth us getting killed for by 3 wolves, it's probably a fairly good item. Plus, recusing Bernal, our friend from the manor. I guess he finally got sick of us not doing his requests and then killing the leader of the volcano manor. Well, plus his armor set's very cool and his weapon is top notch, so. Whoa, I forgot that he's as quick as I am. So there you go, professional tip if you're having trouble with this invasion and taking down all of these people at once. By now you're probably using, Rivers of Blood for this point of the game because it has excellent scaling. Let's see what this old Lord's Talisman does. What? Whoa, ho, ho, no way. Where is it? Yep. Thank you, Alexander. Oh, so this city crumbling is exactly how it's supposed to be. Alright, we're recusing Banar. Return to his world, so I guess that leaves this, So we know we've got to fight Placidusax again. We'll go and fight him in a sec. I'm curious as to what this boss here might be, There is a... Okay, you didn't want to play. And your horse breathes fire because, why wouldn't it? It's a horse. Okay, so we're gonna go for the second dodge and then power attack. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, let's head back. We can go. I have a feeling that the boss for this isn't going to be particularly difficult, but oh, you're kidding. Yeah, well, there goes our rooms. At least we can grab the ones from right here. I wasn't expecting another Erdtree or another Tree Guardian rider here. But then again, I wasn't expecting Recuse and Bernard to invade us underneath either. It was worth a try. Would have been a quick shortcut to Placidusax. Quick sip of coffee there. That's a little more than mildly intimidating. Makes me wonder whether the scaled armor might be better for this this fight because of its increased lightning protection. It's amazing how calm it suddenly becomes. Alright, friend. It's time for work. Of course. I love the fact that with Joe's merely 2 attacks, we've been able to nix probably about 12.5 to 20% of his health here because of the talisman upgrade. That's huge. Plus 1, 2, and then dodge. Excellent timing. same place as our friend here. Uh-oh. Oh, he has 2 heads now. Excellent. Just twice as much to deal with. Still get hit by that after effect. Yeah, we may have to switch out to the scaled armor. Yeah, no way to switch that. We'll switch out to the scaled armor. The problem is, once you've already been inside sort of the center area of where that lightning is going to hit, it really does. It's not a dodgeable attack. That AoE is absolutely massive. So, excellent. We'll keep the mask on. Might switch to the Night Maiden and Sorceress Puppets as well. As I think that's probably going to give us the best chance. We need somebody who's going to live long enough, right? I mean, if we were to use the Militaire now with our scaled armor on, it might actually help us out a little bit. Yeah, it might help us out a little bit because of the different protection that our friend would receive now. But you know, we've had such a good run with our Night Maiden and Sorceress Puppets that I see no reason right now to change everything up. It does make me wonder as well whether the structure of this will change. The structure of the map will change once we've finished off Dragonlord Placidusax 2. Interesting. The scaled armor saves us a fair amount there. Just slightly too early. Just slightly too early. I wonder if the 700 spear would work in in this area. Okay. What do we think? Couple more tries against Dragon Lord here? I think we've pretty much got it. We had a really good run against him that first time out with the Mimic Tim. Might have to go back to using that. The armor will definitely benefit us a little in that it's yeah, the armor will benefit the Mimic here more than a little here. As of course we are fighting a creature that uses all lightning attacks. I do wonder what kind of damage she does. But we'll put off enough for now. I wonder if we can use... I don't think we can use grease on our weapons either. Otherwise we might use... Yeah, I can't. If we'd had another weapon available, you know, perhaps we might use the Lord's Horns greatsword. But then again, if it's not going to be able to be used because we already have the dragon effect or the blood effect on it, then that's going to be a problem. So, alright, Dragon Lord Placidusax. Mimic Tear has a ton of health, so we're going to try and use that for this fight. Real nightmare. And there goes more than a third of my healing items already. The problem is these are incredibly hard attacks to dodge. It only happens the second you start charging your L2 attack. Okay. apparently we're making the shocking discovery that I'm better playing Souls when I'm about to die. So we have no healing items left. Actually, we do, that's our lie. In our vain attempt to heal, and instead of taking the fight to him, which what we should have done, we got held up healing there, man. So we've got the nature of the fight. We found the movement patterns that work for us now, which is half the fight, I think, in these titles. In the early doors, it's hard because you're trying to figure out what your timings are and how you attack and how you move. And then putting a boss on top of that is even worse, especially when they're built just to stop particular builds. For instance, Margit is there purely to mess up your traditional Souls builds. Greatsword users, Greatsword and Shield users. His timings don't allow you to get comfortable at any point in the fight. Plus, he also uses Miyazaki's favorite moveset, which is the move from Great Father Owl, where he throws a shuriken at you when you're trying to heal. In that game, Genichiro Ashinori also uses it, but he shoots a bow and arrow at you, and it gives you a little more time to deal with it. Here we go. On the plus side, just there, we saw that even taking that really heavy attack there, Night Maiden and Sorceress Puppets still a ton of health. Okay, so I don't think it's going to be our friend to lock on during this fight. I don't think that Yokate's Dancing Blade is actually going to be our friend either here. I think what we're more than likely going to be looking at is using our regular right trigger attacks, as they seem to be buffed in some way, versus Yokate's Blade, which is doing less damage than we thought it might. Our DPS is far better it seems when using the right trigger attacks. Wrong time to scratch my nose. Yeah, it appears our DPS is far better when using our right trigger attacks and light attacks as well. One or two attacks, or right trigger, right bumper attacks on the Xbox. Yeah, definitely giving us a neat boost there. Nightmare. Okay, give me just 2 seconds and I'll be right back. Perfect. Hello everybody, back again. After reviewing our options, just take a quick second, grab some water and that. Let's have a look at some of our other options for spells here. Well, rather than okay. So rather than fight harder and take out our Rivers of Blood Katana and just go to town on our frontier, because hemorrhage is our go-to weapon type. What we will do instead, I think, is try and find something a little easier to fight smarter rather than harder. So we're going to run back here and just grab a quick spell to reload before we go to fight Placidusax. Horribly dark area, this. So we didn't find what we were looking for, but we found something else. That blood tax one is, that's not a bad idea. I think that's the projectile that uses blood. An interesting part about having a projectile that uses blood is it will scale with our arcane, I believe. And our arcane right now is stacked. We're right up at the old 40, we're already 10 points shy of our... Yeah, we're only 10 points shy of our strength capabilities, actually. And I picked that way because when it comes to these games, Arcane is kind of a forgotten... Arcane is a moderately forgotten skill that people don't really level. And when it came to Bloodborne, I found that it was my saving grace. I found it was my saving grace against some of the later bosses in the game, especially Alga Vibratus was a fantastic ability that could stun. That's the only thing that got me past the final boss, actually, was being able to stun them with the Alga and then refill the Quicksilver bullets with my own health. I mean, it was a really tough final boss fight because it's all based around you being able to put yourself in a position of risk with the Quicksilver bullets so that you can stagger him for a quick attack back. And I tell you, man, it took me a long time to be able to finish that fight. Effectively, at least. Pull this lever. Oh, that's coming back up here. We'll just have a quick rest at the side of grace. Memorize. We'll keep the Beast Claw for up close and personal, but if we can use this for enemies that are further away, we'll use that. Gives us a different setup for the fight ahead. Meaning that we're not likely to use the... We may just go two-handed and use the right trigger attack rather than pumping ourselves up with with the jellyfish shield. What I'm thinking with the jellyfish shield is that if you're powering up your attacks to a point, then it must be just shy of the two-handed level, otherwise there'd be no point for two-handed. That said though, with my jellyfish shield leveled up as high as it is, do you get a continued and furthered buff to your attack from having it at a higher level? Who knows? I believe it must go with the scaling. We have great scaling for strength, so maybe it does in fact allow us to cause more damage than two-handing would. But if we do that, difficulty is we can't then use the incantation that we just tried to pick up in order to win this fight. So let's do the summon with the Mimic Tier for now, and then we'll head on out from there. See what happens. Let's see if we can oh, they didn't even get close enough. Well then, that's a pain. That's absolutely ruinous. I can't despise that at all. Alright. What am I saying? Okay. Well, let's get this straight. You don't like me. I don't like you. So hiding spot there. Concealing, excellent. Kind of strange that I find it interesting that the AI was clever enough to realize that I was nearby and go in for that second heal. Choose to use that attack from such a spectacular range. Pretty tired of you nuking this arena, man. Okay, so if we're gonna have to, if we're gonna go with the bleed build, we might as well go full bleed. So, here we are. When what is hopefully our final run against Dragon Lord Placidusax. One other option that we haven't explored yet is using two great swords in order to just get his health down as quickly as possible. What other great swords do we have in that section that could potentially rock at the same time? We do have the Blood Grey Sword as well. Again, any of these would be fantastic. These crazy, bombastic, ginormous damage weapons that I could pair up with this would be great, but the difficulty definitely comes when you're looking at it as more of a... There may be, say, an item that could help us with this fight, just like the Pride to Raggard fight. You know, something along those lines, but we just don't have it yet, so I guess we'll continue this way. The difficulty comes, I mean, we've seen before the damage that we're doing with that left, with that powered up right one attack, that weak attack. Slightly weaker attack rather than power attack. So taking them on as a regular, just in the manner of regular bosses, block, counter attack, might be one idea. Still doing huge amounts of damage. Alright, let's get our buff going. And of course, just standing there right in the way of it seems like an excellent idea. Come on, guys. Just ease through your healing items as well. That's one of the rougher parts about this as well. Gotcha. Sheep. I see you, Placidusax. I don't resort to using spammy moves, so you do? Oh, I don't like that. I can't agree with that whatsoever. Okay, well I think we all know what time it is. If at first you don't succeed, use your most overpowered weapon. But remember to send that lift back up. Quick sip of the old coffee. Alright, now let's finish this. Something's wrong with the round table.
You've done it. What use do you have for me? I am a finger reader. Do as you please. Now you'd force this.
Yes, for sure I would. Just you, though. Need a really high dexterity to use this. That's the only issue. And again, don't understand the need for intelligence on some of these weapons.
Do what you but
those awful poach. Wow. Cuz insights from Uncle Alexander. Thank you. I'm a warrior, Jar. I understand. I'll get strong. Strong enough. I deserve to have Uncle's insights. I'll
What a
begin my journey
heartbreaking
once I'm
storyline.
ready to as a warrior, Jar. I don't think I'll see you again. Warriors are supposed to work alone. Goodbye, cuz. And thanks for everything. I'll never forget you, cuz
I'll never forget you, cousin.
I'll never forget you.
I hope you... sad, sad. So what we're doing here quickly is we're just going to duplicate one of our great runes, so we can get both of the weapons from the finger reader crone there. The reason for this is there aren't very many weapons that scale with arcane in this game, so we want to try and grab as many of them as possible and try them out. Also, I believe Mohgwyns Sacred Spear allows you to fire a projectile. I'm getting a little sick of dealing with Placidusax up close and personal. So I'm going to deal with him hopefully from a distance using projectile attacks of Sacred Spear. Anything here to knock off. I was thinking the moss, but I guess not. Don't appear to be finding any purchase here. Perhaps this is one that we've already done. Perhaps this is one that we've already done. Hopefully we haven't already used this one. I know there was one that we actually saved for later. I've already used this one. Exactly what we were looking for. Okay. There we go. One entrance wave. Weird.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
take a look around. The round table hold is burned. Don't worry. I don't blame you. I'll continue, Spirit, which is why I need your help persuading Master Hugh to leave. His roots are so knotted in this place. He won't last much longer if he stays here. His shackles are broken. He's a free man now. It's high time he put the round table.
Great.
I knew you'd pay out your own. Yes, that's all I've lived for. And my promise, but do me a favour and do. I'm going the way. It was a grey heart. Allow me to call you this just once before it ends. My lord. For that is what you are. Weren't you listening? As of all you came to challenge, and as long as you do, it is what I wish. Just...
Did we make a choice there not to do the right thing?
I see. Oh, is that also Master Hugh? I'll try and talk him round. I know he was given this great entreaty to craft a weapon which could slay a god, fearsome curse. And if that's the case...
What weapon is he looking for?
I'll spit now. She says that now much, and if I stay here, I will be... Will you survive for freedom now? I smith well I have lived, and is there any...
I mean, he did smith a weapon to slay a god. That is just heartbreaking. I have a fondness for all the broken characters in this game, and in exactly any of these tiles, but
I'll smith now.
I see.
yeah, let's get to upgrading that spear. And then we'll probably have one more run at this boss and call it a day here. Come back and finish this as soon as we can. Okay, so last weapon that we upgrade in this game, most likely. So run across here and spend the rest of our runs.
The round table hold serve to put it, and if the Erd tree needed, then the round table must go as well. I'll stay at the round. I must learn all that can be taken from this place, and see how could I call myself the up. The pursuit of knowledge is without end. For knowledge is never a thing complete. Thus, perhaps the same is to say whether we'll remain who we are. What do you think?
This definitely ties into the theory that this here.
Get the go. I'm not her foster. Sorry. Well.
Ties into the fact that all of these cycles continue one after another, and the shattering of the Elden Ring is what causes all of the titles to happen. You know, the shattering of all the worlds, Sekiro, Dark Souls, Somber Smooth Stone 1. Have we not got Somber Smooth Stone 1? Hopefully that's enough for us to level up our weapon here to the max.
Oh, snap.
I admire Hugh. Commitment to his craft, shall we say. Alright, gonna throw my last cup of coffee on, and then take a last run of these two bosses here, and then we'll be done for the day, I think. Last pause. Thank you for sticking with me so far. Okay. So, as my wonderful catchphrase states, in the immortal words of Marvin, let's get it on. Interesting. So that slash is actually very useful. Okay, you know what? We'll use that to get back up to the side of Grace. Come back down and run on through this area. Okay, so for survivability, we found probably the Night Maiden and Sorceress Puppets will last a little longer, but being that we've been through this fight so many times, let's, ooh, wrong starting move, but alright. Well, that a Bloodwind attack here, this. Yeah, why can't I touch that? I think it's high time that we really just get stuck into Placidusax with these. I'm liking the range that we're getting on Mohgwyns Spear here. Plus, I think the damage type is also what Placidusax may be weak to. I believe it's that pierce, which makes sense given the nature of dragons in the previous title, how their scales were needed to be pierced in order to attack them properly. Come on, where are you? Come on, have a go then. Call it luck, call it skill. We actually managed to 2 people can use that AoE from the sky attack. Ooh! Glory. Furious dragon. Come on. Proves the point about the kind of damage that you deal to enemies as well, being incredibly important. Interesting. So all we really needed was a weapon that dealt the old pierce damage. Would have been useful to have, say, a summon that might have been particularly good against this boss. I don't know if there is one, but for the meantime, this appears to be working particularly well. So. About 20 minutes left of this stream, so hopefully we can nick Placidusax here and maybe have one go at the final boss of this area before we head back and finish the game. Getting that all done in 20 minutes is a tall order, but I have faith. We know the weapon type we're going to use against Placidusax here. It was a nice bit of information to find out that Blood Moon Ritual actually hits a large area. Dumb move on my part there, getting stuck in that first attack, because that does leave open to all the rest of the attacks. And being directly under its stomach there was a huge bonus. Because the field of damage, when you poke directly up goes towards its head, which is its weak spot. So there you go. If you need a cheese for this fight, Mohgwyns Second Spear, upgraded, carry you all the way through. Man, I was about to say a whole thing about doing a no-hit run, but then I realized, one, he whooped us earlier, and so he whooped us now, so. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye. Gotta get out of the way of this. Oh, nightmare. That is a serious beam move, my friend. Yeah, it's the drawn-out nature of this boss, I think, that's the hardest part about it. Oh, what am I doing? It's not the cockiness of it, it's the, frustrating. Just lost it right at the last second there. Okay, one last try. I do wonder if there's something we can use to boost. Actually, considering we're not using the Mirai Executioner Sword, we might want to switch the Run Sword Insignia. I wonder if we have a maybe an item that boosts blood. We've beaten Mohgwyn. Hopefully, he would have left us. He would have left us a talisman that boosts blood incantations, right? That's really done absolutely nothing for us. So. Right, considering we're going to try and chunk change damage him with the old blood boon ritual here, that's going to be our main method of attack. So using those two talismans in conjunction together will benefit us in a major way. I've never been a spear user before this, but I am. I'll tell you, I'm converted. Yeah, this is brilliant, different in a major way. So we're just going to try and weigh out these blinding attacks, and then get stuck in with attacks of our own. You know, something tells me this beast isn't too bad for us. Still causes damage as he's in that ball as well. There we go. Only time to lock on apparently. When he's attacking out of the mist. It's not good for reading. Here comes that beam attack. Yep. Just gonna hit the entire arena in front of him. Just don't get it. We'll have to reallocate our Flask of Cerulean Tears in order to finish this fight with there you go, one extra charge should do it. We're right there, right on the cusp of greatness. We've gotten him down to that final hit before, so we know it's possible. I think that combination that we're missing is that before we were using a combination of spear jabs and blood and the blood boon ritual, whereas this last couple of times we've been kind of leaning towards the exclusivity of the blood boon ritual. Yeah, there's one. If there was one thing they could fix, move that bloody rock over about half a foot. We'll put a stick America right before where you meet Placidusax. Just couldn't get out of that attack in time. The frustration is beginning to mount, I think, and it's we know we're right there. We're right on the cusp. We can do it. It's just the it's difficult, man. That is one hell of a well-crafted fight. I mean, it would be different if there was a way that you were supposed to beat this, sort of similar to Pressure Rykard. And if you picked up the Serpent Spear and used it again in this fight, due to the nature of it seemingly being in the past, that it would recover the power of the Great Serpent Spear. But that would actually be an interesting dual wield, the Great Serpent Spear and Mohgwyns Spear. Both of them, I believe, are great spears. So you would get the dual nature. I know in one of the Souls games you could dual wield the equivalent of the Moonlight Greatsword, and it would basically just shoot two beams out in front of it at the same time. So. Let's see what you got, you great big snake. Oh, snakes. So two things to keep in mind here. One, we're going to want to attack with a full stamina bar. Ugh. Damage from this lightning bridge there. Some luck, finally. Heal. Okay. And of course, here we are, one-on-one. Yeah. Horrific. Alright guys, probably got time for one last run at this. Thinking perhaps once we get to that last stage with the dragon, where he's diving in and out, it may be time to retire the Bloodboon Ritual and move to another, either to the Executioner Sword, which will allow us to continue to do chunk change damage but over a quicker period of time, or just start jabbing wildly and dodging out of the way. Hope everyone tuning in is doing well. You do feel free to say hi. I just had a chat earlier on with a friend of mine. He's headed off to work later on today. I wish him all the best. He's having some troubles with insomnia. Yeah, definitely see eye to eye on that. Again, whilst drinking, a little disappointed in that. Oh well, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? gun. Just no way to get out of that ridiculous AoE attack. And yeah, we might have gotten down to 30% there in such a short period of time, but it also doesn't account for not that it doesn't account for when we go in like that. What the big issue is. What it doesn't account for is, sorry, just one sec. What it doesn't account for is, oh, don't know, lost my train of thought. Alright, well, I think we'll call it, we'll call it there for today. We'll come back and finish off Placidusax and the final boss tomorrow. Alright. Well, cheers. Thank you for sticking with me. And everybody stay safe, be kind to one another. I'll see you all soon.